Hello, welcome to the June 25th, 2024 Club Cubase livestream. My name is Greg Undo and I'm the host of the livestream today. If you have not attended a livestream before, how it works is you could ask questions in the live chat field, or you could send questions in advance to clubcubase@steinberg.de. When asking questions, realize that my ability to answer questions in a real-time manner may soon be eclipsed depending on the number of questions that are asked. So if you do not see an immediate response to your question, we'll go through all the questions chronologically as asked. But if we could avoid asking the same question over and over again, that would be appreciated. We should have an index of all the topics covered in today's live stream pinned to the top of the comments field later tonight. And if you wanted to, and that will have timestamps, you can quickly navigate directly to a particular topic. And if you wanted to search for different topics that have been covered in previous live streams, it's over 33,800 topics. You could go to cubaseindex.com. We want to thank Jan from Stockholm for creating a wonderful website. We also want to give special thanks to Jazz Dude and Agent K, who serve as moderators. They're not Steinberg employees. They do this to make it a better community experience. So we'll give special thanks to them. And also special kudos to Jazz Dude for his work with the unofficial Cubase Nation Discord, which is a wonderful resource of information for the Steinberg community. And once again, my name is Greg Undo. I work for Yamaha Corporation of America. I primarily focus on Steinberg products, and I'm the host today. I'm presenting from outside of Washington, D.C. area in Alexandria, Virginia. And if you're watching this live, please feel free, or even if you're watching it on replay, please feel free to introduce yourself in the comments and tell us where you're from. Today is the 400th post COVID, since COVID started, when we ramped up the live streams. It's the 400th live stream, and in about 2 hours we will be doing live stream trivia, so where you could win a prize. So some questions may involve users, so if the question involves you, if you could refrain from answering, that would be appreciated. Also, it's not, if the prize will be, we're going to be flexible in the prizes, so we're not going to give you a Cubase 13 update if you already have Cubase 13. So it could be like, oh, I have Cubase 13, but I would really like to have Spectral Layers, or maybe FM Lab as an instrument, and we'll kind of go through and figure out what is a good solution, a good prize for you, and we'll get that worked out. But we'll do more details on that as we get closer. So with that, we will go ahead and get started. Okay, so we see Tim K joining us from Zeist in the Netherlands, saying happy 400th. We see from Command Beats, hi Greg, how to change the timeline cursor settings for multiple options, like when I press space it goes to the beginning point, or it keeps playing from the point where it stopped, etc. So some of these settings had changed in Cubase 13. So when we come over here, we go to our transport. There's what we call transport start modes. So if I wanted to return to the start position on stop, so once that is active, let's say I start playing directly from here, and then when I stop the transport, it will go back directly to where we began. We could also just come over here if we wanted it to continue on. So we go to transport, and let's say if this is unchecked or deactivated, that when we stop, it's going to stop at that particular point in time instead of going back to the position. Now we can also have additional start modes. We could say play from cursor position. So if my cursor is here, it would just immediately play directly from the cursor position as we start. Or if we have events selected, when you go to our transport, to our start mode, we could do it based on cycle, based on the selection start. So if my cursor is here and I have this event selected and we are set to go to selection start, now as soon as I hit play, this event is selected. It'll start playing from the selected event like so. And if we have a cycle, so let's say at this point if we have cycle and my cursor is here, we could go to our transport to start mode and have it automatically play from the cycle start regardless of where you're at. And we could kind of combine those two modes of the object selection. So we go to transport to start mode. We could choose from selection or cycle start. So if there's an event that is selected, it'll play from that event. If no event is selected, it'll play from the cycle loop points. So as you can see, if you go to transport, we can come directly over here and just select your different start modes to kind of work exactly how you want to work. So let me know if that makes sense. And in previous versions for that, it would be in 12 and earlier, if you go to preferences to transport, you would see return to start position on stop would be kind of right around here in earlier versions. But we took something that was kind of a hidden preference in earlier versions and we made it more obvious by placing it right into the transport menu. So, all right, we see Club to Breathe joining us from Brazil. Thanks for joining. We see Stefan joining from Sweden. We have Daniel. Just congratulating you on 400th episode and says, hope you're healthy and happy. So I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for asking. All right, we see Sable Winters. All right, we see kind words from Karsten Lau. I believe he's from Denmark. Nice to be Facebook friends with you. All right, we have Hans Erik Zweidorf from Bergen, Norway. Thanks for joining us. All right, we have Beast Mode. We have Larry B from Brampton, Ontario. So it's a big celebration today. We have Millard Brown. Good to see you on from Pennsylvania. We see Benny from Sweden. Right, sorry, All right, we have Mike Braley checking in from Boston. Miller Brown says this live stream saved my sanity during COVID madness. Thank you. So gave me something to do as well. So glad I could be able to help people create some music. All right, DDP Music asks, hi Greg, is there a wireless pedal for the iPad that could be used with the IC Pro app? It'd be great to have key commands in the app so we could use the space bar to play and so on. That way you could use the turn page pedal available now. So I'm sure that there's probably like a presentation pedal. I don't know of a wireless pedal specifically for iPad, but if it could select the so I'm just reading this, it would be great to have key commands in the app so we could use the space bar to play and so on. So I guess that I'm sure that there's some kind of pedal that could activate, that could be used to turn on and off a function on an iPad. I don't know of one off the top of my head, but maybe someone else, if they've worked with experience, could do it. But any pedal that's connected to your computer via MIDI doesn't necessarily have to go through the iPad. You could set up as long as it transmits MIDI information. So there's a lot of different guitar pedals that could set up different effects units and configurations, setting program changes that might also be available to work. All right, so we have Bart checking in from Belgium. Thanks for joining us. Mr. Dolly67, great to see you from Denmark. Thanks for the congratulations, Bart. But it's really congratulations, I think, to the whole community that's made it such a great forum. All right, so we see Michael Pierce joining from London. He says he used VCAs for the first time today. Found a great use for them. Had to try them at some point. That's great. All right, we see John Costigan, loyal attendee from Kenosha, Wisconsin. thanks for the kind words, Darren Flake, on our 400th episode. Michael Pierce is thinking he might have a chance because Nick is not in the live stream, hasn't checked in yet for live stream trivia. So, all right, great to see Flyv on. We see Michael Teams from Weatherford, Texas. All right, so we see George from Germany. Let me know if I said that right. I know you kind of spelled it out. I'm not sure if it's Jorg or George. But thanks for being online. Okay, Michael Team's working on his questions today for this trivia. All right, so we have Sway TV on. Right, great to see Peter. Looking forward to his ice cream from Michael Teams. All right, we see Nick on from Essex in the UK, who's, I think, won a prize in live stream trivia every time we've done it in the past. All right, so we see from Miller Brown, and he had sent in this question, but I guess we'll cover it now. Would you be able to review the best way to use the move function in a library manager, especially when the library includes multiple VST sound files in different locations? All right, so when we want to kind of migrate our content, whether it's samples for Steinberg instruments or loops that we use in our projects that come with the program, so even if there are multiple sound sets, generally sound sets may, like a .vst sound file, may be a certain size just so that it fits on and can be recognized by computers. So, generally a single file won't be over 4 gigabytes, but we'll go to the Steinberg Library Manager, and I think one of the questions that Millard had is when we go to our Hallian content, we'll go to something like our Hallian Symphonic Orchestra. Okay, and when we look at the details, we see that we have multiple sound files that are, so each of these will be our different individual .vst sound files for this. So when we want to move from one location to another, generally, like what I have on my personal computer is just one big folder with all my VST sound presets. I don't necessarily have to have them super organized because Cubase kind of knows where to look for it. So even if I have multiple files here, when we click on move, and I'll just kind of close this out, and one trick that you can do is if you want it to select multiple files here, so let's say I want to take all of these libraries, we could select and just click on the move, and at this point we could just enable the move. Click here on move on one of them, define the new folder, so they don't have to be set up, like I don't have to have a separate folder for Hallian Sonic Orchestra versus Hot Brass or Haliotron. They could all kind of go into the same folder, but wherever you move it to using the Steinberg Library Manager, that way Cubase can automatically know exactly where it's going to say, okay, when we open up this instrument, go to this location to find the samples. So you don't have to redirect. If you have if you had a project that used Hallian Symphonic Orchestra, you don't have to say, okay, I moved the content to a different location, and when I open up a project that's referring to that content from the previous location, you don't have to do any definition or search for samples. As long as we have moved it using the Steinberg Library Manager, this will kind of be the link so that the program always knows where to go to open up the content of a particular sample. So I don't think it to be so particular. You can put a Hallian Symphonic Orchestra into its own folder if you wanted to, but generally I just have all of my Hallian content in one kind of folder, and then as long as Cubase knows where to find it, it's not an issue. So let me know if that's helpful for you, Millard. Okay, so you see Tim K says, I had to be honest, it's really hard to keep up with the chat while trying to keep up with Greg. I don't mean to be such a lousy participant. Just wanted to say that. I appreciate you all. So, yeah, I wish I could always answer questions more quickly so that the chat wasn't so kind of out of sync with that. So. All right, we see Michael Teams has granted John Costigan 1 gallon of butter pecan ice cream. Or depending where you live in the U.S., butter pecan ice cream. All right. We have a question. How hard is it to transition from image line to Cubase when it comes to shortcut keys? Houston, Texas. So thanks for joining us from Houston. But if you come over here to key commands, one of the great things that you could do if you're transitioning from a different program is you could actually have... you could customize key commands. So if this is always going to be, like play, and this is always rewind, fast forward, you can come over here to like any function. And at this point, you could just click here and hit the key command, and you could save and customize the key commands. There probably is, I don't think we see a... sometimes we have competitive products where we can see like you could have Pro Tools or Sonar key commands, Logic key commands. I don't think that there's a preset for image line, but it could be that someone who's gone through the same transition may have the image line or FL Studio presets that are kind of mapped for functions in Cubase. So you may search for that. There's probably someone that has created it and shared it online. But any function, you could just come over here and just say, okay, this is always this, when I go to cycle, this is what turns on cycle for me. And you could just change the particular key commands right there. So any key command can be altered to match the same functions in other programs. All right, wonderful to see Ace Amadeus on. All right, so we have Hamo 1974 sending greetings from Finland. All right, so we see from Ace Amadeus, could you go over tools in Spectral Layers 11 Pro, how to remove audio artifacts, how to remove low synth arpeggio that's in my bass drum track after unmixing drums. All right, so a lot of times what you could do, and let me see if I could recreate something like that. All right, so I'll just come over. Okay, so I'll take just kind of see if we could recreate the arpeggio bleeding into a kick drum here. Okay. just try it one more time. Sorry. All right, let's see if we could just recreate this. All right, so I'm going to have that, and let's say we have this going on at the same time. Okay, so I'm just see if I get this just as the kick. Okay, so I'm going to select these two tracks. I'm going to bring down my synth bass volume here to kind of mimic. Okay, so I'm going to take these two tracks and we will render them in place. Make sure I don't have the tracks. All right, just one more time, sorry. Okay, so now we'll have our file with a little bit of. All right, so now we'll come over here to Spectral Layers. We'll take this particular track. So a lot of times, you know, what you could do is just even just kind of using kind of like, you know, let's say if we listen to it here. So let's just try, you know, utilizing kind of the like the magic wand tool. So I'll just come over here. So even as we're listening to our tracks, you know, we could just kind of come right over here and kind of using like the magic wand. At this point, we could just get rid of the particular tracks and in between. So at that point, you could just say, okay, you know, while I have this, and just kind of isolate. And as we just come over here, we could just get rid of tracks that are kind of bleeding through. So, and then you could also do stuff, like if you didn't want to approach it from spectral layers, another approach in something like that is just to say, okay, we're going to take this, we'll choose no extension, and you could just even run, depending on the track itself, just run like a noise gate. So we kind of set our threshold. So when the synth is kind of playing in the background, so you could just come over there and again, just using noise gates, be able to kind of isolate particular frequencies or use kind of the smart selection tool in Spectral Layers. All right, wonderful to see Jim Fox, lives just a couple miles away from me. Thank you for the kind words on the 400th live stream. All right. Hope you're doing well, Jim. All right. Okay, so we see from, I think it's Passad. Hello, can I ask a question? I really struggle to group tracks the way I see others do. Like if I have a drum bus track, I want all the drum tracks to be under the bus track, but I can't do it. Okay, so let's go ahead and just take a look how to do that. So if we're here, okay, so generally when we add, I'm going to select all of my drum tracks here, and I'm going to add a group channel to the selected channels, and we'll call this our drum group. And generally that gets added below the last selected track, but if I wanted the drum bus to be on top, I could just select that particular drum group, and I'll just move that group track to the top. And now when we're playing our project, I could now just have my drums at the top and all of the tracks that are feeding the drum track below. So once you kind of create the group track, all you'd have to do is just physically move the group track on the project window so that everything here you can place the tracks exactly as you want. So let me know if that's what you wanted to do. All right, so we see Pertiko Menin. Thank you so much for the kind words. We have Karamba checking in from Zambia, Africa. Thanks for joining us today. All right, and we see Daniel says he's just got his UR24C audio interface arrived yesterday, and he couldn't wait to tell you that he connected it. Now YouTube plus apps and Cubase do all work together. So Daniel says, also, do I have to turn off the interface when I turn off my PC? The light stays on otherwise. So it could be that, I don't think that there's an external power supply. Let me just look at mine just to make sure. So if you're not running an external power supply, like I'm using the USB power for mine, and then it shuts off when the computer does. But if you're plugging it into a powered hub that is still getting power, you may see the particular, you may see power indicated on the audio interface. All right, so we have Enzo Mieta checking in from Italy. Thank you for the kind words. So we see Nick says, I would like an upgrade to Spectral Layers, but I would love to see other people win something that might hugely improve their workflows. I recognize if I know the answers, he'll smile to himself. All right. Well, we'll see how it goes, but you can always, it's always great to play. All right, so we see question, the compressor plugins that come with Cubase Pro 13 don't have a multi-mono option. How'd you go about to have them set up in dual mono so you could send to them from the sends. So, if you add a, so what a lot of people do if you need a multi-mono option, so if we add an effect send here, so let's add 2 effect sends. If you want to send it, I'll say let's come over here to dynamics, and we'll just open up the compressor. I'm going to add 2, and then we're going to make it mono. Okay, so at this point we could just say add track. I have my compression here, so if at this point I could send them to my mono track, and if we go, so you could send it like that, and then have your compression tracks panned left and right. What a lot of people will do also for kind of a multi-mono is when we go to, let's say, our input here, so, and we could have this automatically, let's say if I want to go to like a stereo track here, I'll add a stereo audio track. And if I wanted different settings on the left and right inputs, if we come over, let's add, excuse me, 2 compressors. And we'll add another compressor. And then if you go to the routing, we could say, okay, let's make this mono, make this mono. And then when we double click, we could pick and choose that this compressor is in this channel, on the right channel, this compressor is in the left channel, or vice versa. So you could, in the inserts, you'll see a routing tab, and then you could pick and choose to make mono there, and that way you could have different settings on left and right channels of your compressors if needed. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we see Andre checking in from Montreal, just says, congratulations, stay healthy, we need you. So, all right, Command Beats asks, can I install VSTs on an external drive? So generally the VST plugin would go on a, like if it's a VST3 plugin, which is going to be kind of the best choice, you could simply install that on your internal drive, but many people will have all of their content for particular instruments, like all the samples, on external drives. And depending upon the plugin, like, we're just showing with the Steinberg library manager, so if you're kind of running scarce on internal drives, you could move all of the content from here. So the plugin itself is generally very small, but sample content that makes up the instrument can be large. And then, so it's pretty common to have all of the content on a separate drive from where your audio is recorded and from where your system is. So other programs, you may have to direct the content with other, most programs that have a lot of content will have a utility to automatically update the content location, just like we do with our Steinberg library manager. All right, so we see from Beast Mode, could you do a quick demo / exploration of all the options inside the MIDI modifiers on a MIDI drum part? Okay, let's take a look. I'll revert this quickly. Okay, so let's find a quick, I have a drum pattern here we could use. Okay, so we have MIDI drums here. And I'll just put this in a loop. Sorry. Okay, so let's look at the MIDI modifiers. So MIDI modifiers are often going to be used to just kind of tweak different. So let's say if I wanted to transpose, so on MIDI drums, this would probably not be the best. I could change the different sounds. Sometimes you may get something interesting. But if I wanted to take like a piano part and transpose it, I could also come over here. Let's adjust the velocity. So if I want to shift the velocity down, so we could alter, especially on drums. So you may not hear a lot of different stuff, or we could boost the velocity. So let's say we'll just put this back to 0. Now we could also compress the velocity. So let's say I just want my velocity to be compressed by 75%, or let's adjust the length. So you may not notice this on drums, but let's say once, you know, so we could adjust the length. Now we could also just kind of randomize velocity. Let me just set this to 100. So let's say I want to just solo maybe the hi-hats here. All right, so let's say I'm going to just solo my snare here. All right, so now that we're soloing a snare, we'll come over here and let's choose to do random. I'll just draw some hi-hats in. Just be easier, maybe. Okay, so let's say we have our hi-hats here, and we'll solo these. So now we could choose to randomize different targets. So let's say I want to randomize the position of the hi-hats. So we can hear kind of our hi-hats will be very straight. But now we could just kind of come over here and randomize. Again, minimum and maximum value. So let's say if I want this to be 20, and we'll do minus 20. Now we could also just come over here and we'll set that to off. And this is just affecting the playback, but let's randomize our pitch. So, and I have those soloed, but you could randomize pitch. You could also randomize the velocity. So at this point, we have the same velocity for everything. Or you could choose to randomize the length, which you may not notice on a drum part because usually the sample is kind of fired off. And so you have different kind of randomizing functions for position, and you could have, 3 different random targets. And then there's also kind of the range where we could set a velocity limit or filter velocities for particular ranges, so you could have two of that, and also her mode tuning, which would actually kind of allow you to have like equal temperament for, which is like if you want to have very realistic like winds and brass for like early orchestral music, you could just use her mode tuning. So that would kind of give you a run through quickly of some of the MIDI modifiers. Let me know if that's helpful. All right, so we see, hi, Coastal from Romania. How can we record directly from a Yamaha SX600? Let me just take a look at what the SX600 is. You might have to just record the audio out. All right, so usually arranger keyboards aren't, you could record the audio output. Most of the arranger keyboards, like you kind of play a chord and then you could have like automatic guitars and drums, strings, piano parts that will play kind of different arpeggios internally within the instrument itself. Most of the times, the vast majority of arranger workstations, the arpeggios that are being recorded do not transmit out of the MIDI output ports. So you probably, and it's just kind of usually a design intention of the particular instrument that we can't take, we play a chord and we hear kind of a whole arrangement being generated in real time, those arrangement arpeggios and patterns are only used internally within the arranger keyboard and not transmitted out of the MIDI port to a program like Cubase. So you may just have to record the particular audio. All right. So you see Flyv says he's loving the live stream, but he only has a little bit of time before he has to help out his pops with some sighting. So we'll be doing the live stream at about an hour, or the trivia questions about an hour and 18 minutes if you want to take a break. About 3 o'clock Eastern. All right, we see Miller Brown says, thanks, Greg, for the library manager explanation. You'll attempt a trial run. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. All right, so we see from Matt Elder, hi Greg, how do you solo multiple tracks using the keyboard with keyboard shortcut, not solo safe mode? I can't get it to work not using the S key. All right, so let's say if we have a number of tracks here. All right, I'm just gonna clear all my solos. So I'm just going to come here. I have these tracks, and then I just hit the S key to solo. Let's say if these are selected. So I always hit the S key. Let me just. All right, I'll just reread it. How do you solo multiple tracks with the keyboard shortcut, not solo safe mode? I can't get it to work not using the S key. So I think, I've always, when I did multiple tracks, just hit the S key for solo. But let's say, and that's for non-contiguous tracks, but let's say if I wanted to do this. So I think what we used to do is hold down the Alt Shift. So if you have multiple contiguous tracks, let's say I clear my solo, I just hold down Alt Shift, and I think that behavior may have changed in 1304 and 1304.1. So if you have multiply selected tracks, again here, I know that this had changed in 13, but I think in 1304, just Alt or Option plus the Shift key, then you could choose to solo or unsolo particular tracks. So make sure you're running 1304 or later. All right, JB asks, in the project logical editor, is there a command to return all selected tracks faders to 0 level? I don't think it's in the logical editor, but if you're in the, I'll just take a look and make sure. I'll just kind of start off with. So say container type is set to track. Yes, I don't think that there's a reset function, but if you're in the mix console and let's say we have all these tracks and we want to reset them all to 0 dB, if we activate Q-Link, I'm going to select these particular tracks, hold down the command key, and I'll just set this, to absolute. I'm going to switch this to absolute. And when we hold down our command key, so we see that this is at minus 5.3, hold down command or control, that will automatically reset the faders to 0 dB. So even if they're kind of all over the place. And so now that I have these selected, I could enable quick link, just hold down Alt or Shift, put on absolute, then hold down. So once Q-Link is active, hold down Control Command and click, and then all those faders will be set to 0. But I don't know of a way of doing it using the project logical editor, but it's pretty quick to redo. And let me just see if there's a just a reset command, but it may automatically reset all of the settings on a particular track. So yeah, try enabling Q-Link, and if you do absolute, and then for any fader that you're at, just kind of come over. If you don't need to do multiple ones, if you just kind of tap the fader holding down Control or Command, that will reset it to 0 dB. All right, you see Paratico Menon thanking Jazz Dude for all the Discord material. All right, so we see Michael Teams has granted my family and myself 1 gallon of Neapolitan ice cream. So my son just got a Neapolitan ice cream yesterday. I took him out for a city water taxi up the Potomac River into Washington from Alexandria. All right, so sorry if I missed Soren's comment earlier. Let me see if I could scroll back if I see Soren's comments. Sorry if I missed it. Didn't intentionally do it. Not sure if I see the comment. I'm going back through Soren. Okay, he says, all right, so we see Soren says, Soren from Sweden, time to learn something again. I see that. Wonderful to have you on, and we appreciate you being such a loyal attendee, Soren. All right, so we have Andy Dove checking in from UK. right, we have C. Rollinson says, thanks, Greg, for doing the live streams. Learned so much over the years, made the transition from Sonar so easy. That's great to hear. Wonderful to see Clay Ostwald. He's such a dear old friend, and Clay and I were able to get together yesterday in Washington, D.C. for it was wonderful to see you, and thanks for being flexible when I told Clay to go to the wrong place. So. All right, so we have, I guess, mTor says, hi, Greg. When zooming by click drag on ruler for arrow icon during playback, the playhead jumps to the mouse X coordinate and plays from there. Can we change the setting, or is it usual behavior? All right, so let's take a look. Let's say as we're playing, I think that we could use a modifier key. So let's say, so when we kind of zoom in here, let me just, I'll just go to my other project here quickly. Okay, so let's say I think like as we play, like when we do this, the cursor kind of jumps where you let it go. So I think if we do this, and let me just find my modifier key. So as we zoom in, let's see if it's, I think there is a modifier key too. So I'm just holding down the shift key. So hold down the shift key and we do this, then it doesn't jump the position. You can still kind of grab it from the timeline and zoom without holding, without the shift key. If I come over here, and I go to adjust. So with the shift key, you could just do that. Otherwise, as you're working, this will automatically change the position. But with the shift key, we could zoom in and out without affecting the playhead position. So just hold down the shift key. And then you could zoom in and out from the top without having to worry about the playhead position changing. All right, so we see from Backstabbing Potato ask, why does the pitch in offline processing, since a few versions ago, only go up to 11 semitones and not 12? In some algorithms, I often have to pitch first plus 11, then plus 1. So I think I don't think it's changed. It's just really depends on which algorithm you're using. So let's come over here and we'll go to the audio. And let's say we go to our pitch shift. All right, so we'll come over here. So here we could go like down 2 octaves. And we go to our envelope, we could, let's say as we increase here, let's say we go 2 octaves, and let's say if we come over here, if that changes. But I think that some algorithms, may just give you only will do so many at once, but it seems like all the different algorithms here are and let me see if we do, let's see if we do multi-shift, if that goes beyond. So it looks like but I have seen it on some algorithms, but let's see if we turn off time correction if that limits us, but it seems like all of them now are doing more than an octave. So if you could maybe specify which algorithm that you're running into with that, then I'd be happy to see if I could recreate it on my end. All right, so we see from Fly V says a quick question: what's the best way to keep samples, etc., on timing of the beats like yours? Okay, so it could be, let's say I'm just going to come over. I'll jump to the other project here. So let's say if I have a kick sample, like a one shot. Okay, so let's say I have this, I'm going to drag it onto the beat. So right now what I'm going to do is make sure that snap is turned on. So when snap is turned on, and you could turn that on and off by hitting the letter J. So with it off, I could just kind of drop notes in and they're not going to snap to the value. So once I hit J, we could say snap, and then we could have this automatically go to the beat. So let's say that this, I want like a 4 on the floor kick drum. And if I come and select the event and then duplicate the event, since this event didn't last a full beat, that as we do this, and I continue to duplicate, and we listen to, let's say, the metronome with this, and we'll just have this track play. Let me just turn off my MIDI metronome here. So now, so since the event didn't last the full beat, that particular sample, what I would want to do is to utilize the range tool. So I'm going to select the range of one beat and then duplicate the range. So once we come over here, so now as we listen to it, so that way I could duplicate a range in time as opposed to duplicating the events, and that way you could have it automatically stay on a grid, but make sure that you have the snap turned on, and that will, as you move events, that will automatically snap to the time division. So we can say snap to beat. With that off, I can freely move the note anywhere in between, hit the letter J, and now it's only going to snap and allow me to move and position the event directly on the beat. So let me know if that's helpful. All right, so we see chord track. How do I get it to find out what this guy's playing? Got a song from my local bassist, and he plays chords on the bass too. Trying to get a clue in the chords. Thanks. All right, so anything that has let me just open up a quick project here. Okay, so kind of what you do for like any, so say I want to take a guitar part here. Sorry, let me just. All right, so let's say we're going to take our guitar part. So we could select the track, come over to your project and let's go to where we see chord track, and you can say create chord events. And you should be able to see what chords were played. Sometimes it's, depending upon, I haven't tried it on chordal bass material myself, but, selecting the track, and this is often what I do with when I get like a hot mess project. I will just kind of take it and then have Cubase kind of create the chord chart for me that I could see as I'm recording. So you could also choose to just drag the event to a chord track, and that will automatically create the chords as well. So give that a try, Michael, and see. Michael Pierce just commenting what a nice community we have here on the Club Cubase live streams. All right, my chat field just jumped. We have lots of questions. All right, so we see Michael Teams says, here I go again. One of my VSTIs only opens a bit. No way to click anything. So something in Windows is changed to resolution. The others are okay. So not every, so if it has worked before, so not every plugin is going to be high DPI compatible. So, if you're going to be working with a plugin that's, like maybe it's showing way too big or way too small, and I know you're on Windows platform, so let's come over here to your preferences, to general, and here you could try, you'll see it's not on the Mac version, but on the Windows version, you can say use high DPI scaling, and then you'll see different scaling options within. So try turning off, high DPI and see if that makes a difference. Also within the plugin, if it's, let's say if we have a plugin here and we go to, let's say our dynamics, and if you're not seeing the GUI, if you kind of click right here, you could say, okay, I want to switch to a generic editor. So if it kind of looks like that, what you could do is click in this little drop down menu and say switch to plugin editor. But my guess would be it would be kind of probably a scaling, a high DPI scaling. Maybe that that one particular plugin isn't configured or designed for high DPI. Okay, so Michael Graybill asks, hi Greg, is there a way to identify a common pattern of MIDI notes across different tracks and display them in the multi-instrument MIDI editor if they are similar enough for shared melodies? So, once we are doing, there isn't kind of like an automatic, find similar type of melodic contour function or, or musical patterns. But I think that once you kind of look at different parts, and this is always to me fascinating about like kind of great classical compositions, is when we look at them. So let's say I want to select my string parts here, and we go into our full scale editor, and now we could, that as we look at your different parts, and for many composers, and kind of helped a lot of composers that were kind of very traditional, start with pen and paper, and now that they kind of look at these patterns here, where you could see, okay, we could see different patterns. Okay, we can see, okay, maybe we have this similar melodic contour here to here. Our bass and cello may kind of line up, that you kind of recognize the patterns visually, but there isn't a function in Cubase to kind of seek out similar musical patterns in MIDI and display them. So I think that you would have to kind of do that manually. But I think after a while, you know, and to me this is like the 21st century master score, and you see a lot of composers will just, you know, hit play, and then this is what they share on different services, so that, you know, we could see exactly what's going on. And, you know, it's like interesting music, and, you know, you could often tell if it has a great counterpart and great harmonies just kind of looking at the visual patterns. Especially look at like a Bach or a Mozart piece, it's really fascinating to get a totally different perspective on it looking at it here. But again, there's no function that I know of to kind of automatically you know, point out similar musical like musical elements. All right, so we see from Roland Stuffs, it's just running from Sussex in the UK. Congratulations on your 400th, terrific achievement. It's just a great achievement for the community. I'm just happy to be able to host. All right, so we have a question from Bert. It says, I use Chris Salim's color pattern. The scheme starts with pink. How can I change the automatic order of the colors? For instance, I don't want to start with pink but blue. All right, so let's take a look, see if we could do this. Let's go to your project menu, to project colors setup. So I don't know if there is... So let's see if we come here to the set. So let's say, okay, I want to take this one. So let's say if we want it to be, okay, we want it to be this blue. I'll come here. All right, so let's say if we, so I don't think that we can drag it up. So you might have to just kind of manually, you know, adjust kind of the different colors there. So I don't think that there's a way of kind of reorganizing the colors on that. Let me just, yeah, so I don't think that there's a way of kind of just dragging and dropping. So you might have to just kind of edit the particular colors with that. Sorry about that. All right, so Ace Amadeus asks, Greg, can you please explain how noise gate works? Thanks. Okay, so often what a noise gate does is you would kind of set a particular threshold. And what the threshold is going to allow you to do is, like, it's going to basically say that this track isn't going to, you're not, it's almost going to be closed down. It's almost like a mute switch. And as soon as it reaches a certain threshold, then we could have that kind of heard audibly. So let's say, and it's often used in drums, because you may have tracks that are kind of bleeding through, or live performances. So let's say I want to come over here to my kick track, and as we listen to the kick track, I hear the snare. So this is the kick track. So if I'm processing for my low end, I'm also going to be, if I applied an EQ or a process or compression, we're also affecting the drum track, the snare drum that's bleeding in behind it. So I'm going to do is open up a noise gate. And we can say that at a certain threshold. So now there's no threshold set. So unless a signal is that loud, don't let it open up. So this way I could do processing on my kick and treat it like a kick drum and not have to worry about, when I do processing, that it's affecting the snare sound as well, or the hi-hat that's in the background. So we have our no noise gate, our threshold set to infinity, and now I'll just set this up. And now the track, we're only hearing basically the kick drum. And you could set the threshold where it's too high, where you're kind of cutting everything out. So you kind of find that sweet spot. And without that, you'll hear the R tracks kind of bleeding in. So noise gates are a great way, especially cleaning up drums. All right, Daniel asks, can I connect just my 2 speakers to UR24C directly for maximum volume? So yeah, if they're powered speakers, you could just take the analog outputs and connect it directly from the UR24C to your mixer. All right, wonderful to see Gareth on from Spain. From Bilbao, Spain. All right. See, Jazz Dude is happy he has a perfect attendance record for all the live streams. We so appreciate everything you do. So we have from Clay Ostwald, and everyone Google Clay. He's an amazingly talented engineer, producer, songwriter. His question is there anything that you miss about the local Club Cubase meetings that you used to do all over the country besides getting all those frequent flyer miles? I miss seeing, I miss hanging out with friends, so I would do, previous to COVID, I was kind of on almost a 28-year tour of visiting music stores and cities, and we would have events. Clay would host events at when he had his studio in Miami. And I miss, actually, talking to people. Like, a lot of times what I would do before a presentation or a meeting is I would just, as people got there 5 or 10 minutes early, I just kind of ask them what type of work they do. And I really, and I could tailor the presentation to that based on little, what almost seemed like idle chit chat. I miss the social aspects. Sometimes you have the travel, I appreciate it when it was a really bad weather day and you kind of get in a plane and you go over the storm and you see kind of peace and calm. I miss that. And I miss, just seeing different people in person. So, but, I'm grateful that during COVID, when everything was shut down, that we had a forum that we could still help people with their Cubase. But I miss seeing people in person, meeting new people, that kind of social aspect I miss. But I also like being at home with my family a lot as well. So I'm sure my son appreciates, for the last 4 years I've been able to not travel 2.5 weeks a month. So all right, so we have Joe checking in from Rochester, New York. So glad you can make it today. All right, so we see Daniel asks, if you're playing music and start Cubase, does your music keep stopping a few times until Cubase loads? It happens to me, wondering if it's normal. So a lot of times once the project is fully loaded, at that point it should be if you're playing, it could be depending on your project. If it's some instruments will load up partially, and then as you wait a little bit, so you might hit play before you actually before all the different samples are loaded, so it may kind of pause while it's loading up samples depending on the instrument. So all right, so we see it says, how can I link the controls of the plugins in dual mono compression so that both compressors have the same settings if I change just one of them, two compressors in one track? So I don't think that they would be linked. So I think most of the time, if you're having two different compressors on a stereo track, and I'll just add a stereo track again. We'll take a look, see if we could do this. So let's add a stereo audio track. Okay, and let me just okay, so let's see if we could do this maybe with a remote control. So we have our two tracks here. Let's go over to MIDI remote. We'll change this to untitled quickly. All right, let's try this as a focus quick control. So let's say I want to adjust the release. We're going to pick up for MIDI remote mapping. So let's, all right, let me just try this as a quick control. I think it's going to be kind of the active window that we can set, but most of the time, if you're doing dual mono, you have kind of different results. So there, isn't necessarily an easy way to link the two different compressors, and that's why you kind of are running two separate compressors to have different values. All right, so we see from Joe Clark Music, the last live stream, there is a way to isolate a crash cymbal from a drum loop. How do you set that up? So you could do that in utilizing the Spectral Layers Pro, which you might be able to win today if you don't have a copy of it. So in that, we could isolate cymbals in drum loops. So let's just come over. Let's see if we can find a quick drum loop with where he found. All right, let me see. I'll look in a different library. I think that's going to be all MIDI. Alright, so I'll just add a cymbal sound in here. We'll see if there is one at the end, maybe. Alright, so I'll just manually add a drum loop here. Okay, so it's you want to just put a cymbal crash in here. All right, so I'll go ahead and just render these together, and we'll make our cymbal crash sound. Sorry, it's taking a while to get here. Okay, so now we listen to this, we should have our cymbals. All right, so in Spectral Layers Pro 11, and this just released last week, we can now come over here, let's go to our Spectral Layers. And now when we come to our module, we can see unmixed drums. And we'll just hit apply. So at this point, we could see it's going to break it down into layers. So we could say, let's listen to just a kick, snare, hi-hat. So, and let's say we have cymbals. So we can now just kind of isolate this, play. So at this point, it's kind of broken down into layers. So if you wanted to just mute the cymbal layer at this point, So now if we bring the cymbals in, so again, as we kind of work with this, you could just break down to kick, snare, hi-hat, and cymbals now in version 11. Okay. So Gareth is having a warm day in Spain where he's at. All right, so we see from Sven asks, what is Spectral Layers Go? Neither the Big G, Google, nor Steinberg site give an answer. Nevertheless, a PDF manual is included in the version 11 installer. So I'm not sure if that's, I haven't heard of Spectral Layers Go, so I know there's Spectral Layers 1, which is the one bundled with Elements, or the one bundled that comes bundled with Cubase, and there's Spectral Layers Elements and Pro. So I'm not familiar with Spectral Layers Go, but maybe it's something that's coming out in the future. All right, so we see from Rob, who asked from Tarpon Springs, Florida, whenever I set up a project, I get the question to wait for printer configuration. Is there a way to remove this request? So I'm not sure if you're doing anything with notation, but I haven't really seen that. But let's say if we come over to let's say if we're here and I go to, let's take these two notes and go into, let's say, our notation editor, and let's say if you go to page setup, see if you have anything, if you open a score editor, if you have anything set for page setup. I'll just do a quick search on my phone. Bear with me just for a second. See if there's anything that comes up. So I'm not sure if you're doing notation stuff, that could cause kind of a message similar to that. Yeah, not really seeing anything, but if you want to email me, Rob, I'd be happy to kind of do some more research, and maybe we could do it on Friday's live stream. See if I could figure something out. Okay, so a question says, maybe not that important, but I've been having it for years now. What is the actual logo of Cubase and what it means? I always got this question over the years. All right, so if it's going to be, I think what you see is, like, as we look at the different, so we have Nuendo. This is kind of an N here. We could look at the Wavelab logo, has a W. The Dorico label icon here has a, kind of a D for Dorico. We have kind of a C here, and this is kind of like the logo for like a MIDI note head in the drum editor. So I think when we see C for Cubase, D for Dorico, and N for Nuendo, and the W for Wavelab, that is. So let me know if this is like the logo that you're referring to, but I think the first letter is significant in the design of that. All right, so we see Maestro Musician asks, hi Greg, can you show me how to fix a license issue with Navia Harp, please? So the one thing that you want to make sure is if you come over here, you have a program that's called the Steinberg Activation Manager. So once we open this up here, and you can see like which programs are activated on your system, which programs are not activated. So try coming over here and see if you have like the not activated, and at this point you could, you know, choose if you have the license for it. At that point you could activate the license from there. So, and this is assuming that when you got kind of, you know, I'm not sure if it's the Navia harp or I think there's a paid version, and then maybe the Navia harp, they're like a free version, but make sure that you know, enter in the code. I think, you know, it's also make sure that you're kind of logged in here with your credentials for your My Steinberg. And then you could also check just to make sure that you entered the code in the Steinberg download assistant, where you see a download access code, that you could enter the code there, and that should automatically populate it here. But just check in the Steinberg Activation Manager if it's in the not activated list, and then just click on activate and see if that solves the problem for you. All right, so we see it says Ivan from Ukraine here. 2 questions. In stereo combined panner on my MIDI controller, I can move the fader and control only from the left to the right, but not the opposite. How to fix this? So in the MIDI remote, it seems, you know, there's like 2 different panning controls. So we'll come over here to the MIDI remote. So if I wanted this particular knob, make sure I'm in the... Not going to destroy my mapping page. Okay, so let's say I want to take this knob, and we have a stereo audio track, and we have this set to our combined panner. So when we do this, and we pick up for MIDI remote mapping that we could apply, that only applies to like the one side, and I mentioned this just recently to Steinberg, but there's usually kind of like a pan left right and a pan left right too. So let me just see if we could come over here to I'll just search for pan. So we have pan left right here, which is kind of the function that we have for the selected track. But the one thing that's kind of interesting, so if you wanted that control, you might have to come over to use the generic remote. So let's say if we have our generic remote here, and I have this set up for my nano control. So now we could say, okay, I want to learn this function, but you'll see that when we go to VST Mixer that we have selected, and we have pan left right, and in the generic remote you also have a pan left right too, and then that function would do the other side, but it's not working in the MIDI remote, but you can do it through the generic remote. So I'll make sure to mention that again. Hopefully it could get resolved soon. All right, and Ivan has a second question. How to make in Project Logical Editor to get all muted tracks to be gray in color after unmute to be back to color. So, we can change. So I don't think that we could restore the color. And I know that you'd kind of asked questions earlier in previous live streams about changing all the events on a muted track to gray. But let me just add a number of audio tracks here. So I could say, okay, these tracks are muted. So if we change the color of muted tracks, so we'll come over here to the Project Logical Editor to setup. So we can say, okay, color, we can say tracks, container type is equal to track, and that property is set to is muted, and then we could choose to set color to set it to a fixed color and say, okay, I want it to be white. So once we do this, we can change the color of it based on, but there's no way to undo just the color changes after the fact. So, so we could change it to a particular color, but then when we unmute these particular tracks, there's no way that I know of to restore their color other than, undoing the color changes. But that would be a linear undo, so I don't think it'll get you to what you want, even, unfortunately. So Gareth says, trivia questions. Oh no, that'll stress me out. All right. Okay. All right, you see from Matt Elder, thanks so much. That's exactly what I was looking for. Bad explanation on my part. So glad we were able to figure it out. All right, Michael Teen says, whack the like button. We're going for 800. All right, so we see from Jack Bourne, has the mix console been updated to properly show gain reduction on the fader? So when we want to do, let's say if we have our audio playing here, I'll just... So if we go into our mixer, our like F3 mixer, we can see our faders here. So if we come over to, let's say our channel strip, and we activate the gate here. So let's say we just, so you can see there is like the kick down meter. You could see here on just to the left, but it's only going to be like with the plugins that are on the channel strip. So it's kind of subtle, but you can see kind of the gain reduction, the kickback meters there. So I don't think there's a way of the third-party VSTs to automatically send that information to be read. So we could do it with the built-in plugins on the channel strip. You could do kind of kickback meters if that's what you want to see. All right, so Karsten Lau says, how does the trivia work? Never attended before. So what we do is we kind of, and we'll do this in about 20 minutes from now, we kind of just ask questions of topics and little conversational tidbits or little things that people have shared. We'll ask questions, and it'll be kind of trivia for people that are attending the live streams. So, and if you get the answer right, you win a prize. All right, so we see Michael Teen says Ryan has a great dad. So, yeah, I wanted to take him for a little adventure. We got to meet up with Clay Ostwald yesterday, which is a bonus treat. All right, so we see Richard Gibson in Georgia. Oh, so wonderful to see you. It says, thank you for all the great Cubase help and congratulations on the 400th. So wonderful to see you on the live stream. I hope you and your family are well. All right. Wonderful Mr. Pablo Vasquez from Galicia, España, the wonderful drummer in Hot Mess, has entered the building. We have the full Hot Mess contingent on today. All right, wonderful to see Brian Sawyer Sr., a very loyal attendee from Beulahville, North Carolina. Thanks for joining us today. All right, so we see Roland stuff with the helpful clarification. It says picking up on the question about transferring full arrangements from SX600 to Cubase. I do this a lot using SX900 using a USB stick, provided channel routings are set correctly. All right, so we see a question from This Ninja Scared. Is there a way to invert automation, like if I have a fade out on volume of one track and I do a fade in with the same values on another track? When I try to do it, I can't get the value to be exactly the same. So there isn't like an inverted automation function, but let's say if we duplicate this track and so let's say if we open up the automation here on these two tracks, we could say, okay, I want to grab the line tool. And I can say, okay, let's say these are overlapping. So here I could actually just kind of see, okay, we're going to start at, let's say, at 2 dB. And then we end at, let's say, minus 40 dB. Okay, so, if I wanted this to immediately kind of go up, I could, again, just kind of looking at the values here for the automation. So let's grab the line tool and say, okay, I want this to be minus 40 and this node, let's say, to be 2. So you could do that. Now, you may also kind of get the same effect if, both events are kind of on the same track. So let's say if we come over here and we just choose to do, if they're kind of overlapping or they're next to each other, if you do, a crossfade between the two events. So if we kind of zoom in, or if they're overlapping, that you could just, have one do it that way. But, I don't know of a way to kind of take the automation and necessarily invert it. So, you might be able to do something if you explored the FX modulator plugin. I think if we come over here, it could be a different use case, but if you're kind of doing more LFO based effects, if you come over to like the FX modulator, that you could Let's come over here, just say, okay, let's go to volume. And we have this, that there is an invert for the envelope function here, but not necessarily in automation. But if, you might be able to kind of, if you're doing kind of more LFO based where you want it like constant change, that, that might be an avenue to approach as well. So we see Michael Pierce says, always forgot about duplicate range, revelation of the day. All right. See, Gareth says he needs a holiday. Okay, so we see this Ninja Scared says, are we going to get a current chord display and updates or future versions of Cubase, not the one in a MIDI editor as it's too small? All right, so let's say if we are... let me just find a file. Let's say if we jump over here. All right, so I'm not sure if you're using the chord track, but we could just come right over here and see the chords in our project. So as we're kind of playing along.
What did you say?
All right, and if we are, so that way we could see the chords pretty large if we need to. If you're in a MIDI editor, one of the great things that you could do is, let's say, okay, we want to go to our piano part here. We have global tracks, and then we could just see the chord track laid out for us. So it's not necessarily real time, but you could take the chords in your project and see them much larger if necessary. So even if you wanted to come here and separate, so let me know if that's big enough. But people use kind of the chord track all the time, and you get it pretty big in your project. All right, so I see from Pablo, just says quick project, Greg. So if you have a project and you send me to play on, yeah, just send it over. All right. All right, my chat field just jumped. Let me see. All right. You see Daniel is nervous about trivia. Okay. It'll be fun. All right, we have Michael Marshall joining from Somerset, UK. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we see from Pablo, just says no high DPI in Mac. So the Mac by default is always going to be kind of in high DPI mode. All right, so we see from Borsuk, hi, will Steinberg provide resources to create language packs? So I'm not sure if you want the program to be localized for different languages. I know it's in a lot of different languages. So if you go to general, you could, run it in English, German, French, Spanish, Italian, Portuguese, Japanese, Chinese, or Russian. So once you kind of switch that, restart the program, everything would show up in different languages. But let me know if you need it if you wanted to do localization for a language that's not provided. But they do have a team that's always working on different localization. So let me know, Borsuk. All right, so we see from Daniel, it says, in Yamaha Steinberg USB driver, I had to pick buffer size. Smaller size means better latency. What are the trade-offs? 256 is 8.9 to 10.9 milliseconds, etc. So the lower latency will mean that your computer is and the DAW, your audio performance has to work harder to work at a lower latency. So it might be that you start with a like a really low latency, and then as you add a lot of plugins and add more and more tracks, and a lower latency is harder for your computer, you would just increase the buffer size. So the lower the buffer, the harder your particular that the DAW, any DAW has to work, including Cubase. All right, wonderful. See Val from Vienna. Glad you can make it. See Michael Graybill says, thanks and congrats on the 400th. You're very welcome. Just happy to be a part of the community. All right, so we see, but how do I fix the quiet volume? This is from Daniel. So usually the buffer size is not going to affect the volume, the quiet volume, but there is a mix knob. So if you look, just looking at my interface here, let's see if I can do it without. So, try adjusting like the knob just to the left of the headphone jack, and you'll see a mix knob. Try putting that in the center, and that could affect the volume of the incoming signal versus the outgoing signal. So try adjusting that knob, Daniel, on your UR24C. All right, so we have a question from Ace Amadeus. Hi, Greg. Not sure if this is a valid question here. Could you recommend a legit sync company to send songs to? Thanks. So I haven't had any personal experience like searching out like a sync company. I could check with a couple friends, but you might do just as well Googling, or maybe if someone else is working with a sync company, if they could share their insights. But I could check with a couple friends and see, what companies they're working with that do that type of work all the time. Okay. All right, so wonderful to see Mark Rabin on. Everyone say woof to Stella, Mark's dog. Beautiful animal that loves, it's very loyal Livestream attendee. All right, great to see Tiago checking in from Brazil. Pablo says Spectral Layers 11 is worth it. Michael Pierce is sending a big woof to Stella. Okay, Donnie asks, when assigning MIDI notes to different MIDI channels on the same track in a key editor, I'm able with existing notes in the info line. Is there a way to choose different MIDI channels for new live input? Thanks. So let's see if we could do it utilizing the input transformer. Okay. All right, so let's say we want to set a target here. So we'll say type is equal to notes, and the subtype is we're going to say and we'll say is inside a range, and we'll say C3 through F3. And let's see if we could assign that to a channel set to fixed value of channel 1. Okay. And let's activate this and say we want to do type is equal to notes, and we want to say inside range F#3 through B3. So I'm just hitting the MIDI notes, and let's set the channel to a fixed value of 2. Okay, so I'll just record. All right, I'll record and enable the tracks. Let's say okay, so we have different MIDI notes. Let's look at it in the list editor. So you can see that notes that are between C3 and F3 are on channel 1. Notes that are between F#3 and B3 are on channel 2. So again, to do that, we could, and you could have 4 separate you could set ranges of particular notes or range of notes. So we could have 4 different MIDI input transformers. So again, we said notes between C3 and F3 set to channel 1, and F#3 through B3 set to MIDI channel 2, and you could set up other ranges or specific notes to specific MIDI channels. So let me know if that makes sense. All right, so we have learned now that it is Stella's birthday, which is Mark Raven's dog. She's 6 years old today and just returned from the creek where she swam a lot. All right, so I'm going to migrate over. Let's do some live stream trivia, win some prizes. All right, so let me just switch my view here. And I may lose some questions, some topics, so I'll try to preserve it. But when we do this, we'll have a lot of responses, but I may lose some of the questions that were asked, so I'll apologize in advance. It's going to happen as we work. All right, that's my... Okay, I'm going to go to my live view. All right, so let's go. And again, if the question involves you, if we could try not to answer the question. But just a quick heads up with that. So, just if, and, it's not necessarily where we're going to give you a, update to Cubase 13 if you have Cubase 13. So figure out something within the Steinberg catalog of, if you want a sample set, you want, an upgrade to Spectral Layers 11, something like that. We'll figure out something that makes sense for you, in what you own and have already. All right, so let's get started. First question. Let's see. A number of different questions. All right. Which loyal Club Cubase attendee reached out to Greg before the pandemic to have him revive the live streams? So again, which loyal attendee reached out to Greg for him to revive the live streams at the start of the pandemic? So just answer your question. So once again, which loyal attendee reached out to Greg for him to revive the live streams during the pandemic? I mentioned it a number of times. Wasn't Jan. Wasn't Jazz Dude. Hans Zimmer, no, it wasn't him. It wasn't Agent K. Wasn't John Costigan. Wasn't Morpheus. Wasn't Jan from Sable. Wasn't Mr. Frampton. Wasn't Nick. Darren Flake says Ray Williams. No, it wasn't Ray. He invented the whole kind of Club Cubase user group concept, but it wasn't Pablo. Wasn't Hamo 1974. Someone, wasn't my wife. Pablo saying difficult. All right. Wasn't Brian. Darren Flake says that's a hard one. Maestro Musician says you mentioned him earlier. Wasn't Stevie W. Wasn't Mark. Wasn't Rob Papin. Wasn't my son Ryan. Wasn't a Yamaha boss. Wasn't Clay Ostwald, who Ryan and I were visiting yesterday. Wasn't Charlie Steinberg. It's not Frank. Let me know if you want me to move on to the next question. And if we have Nick on, if you want to go for it, Nick. We've given everyone a fair chance. It wasn't Chris Salim. Wasn't myself. Wasn't Dom Segalis. No. I don't think this person is watching today. Wasn't Kerwin Young. Val said, somebody said Nick. Said it wasn't Nick. Nick doesn't know it. Ooh. All right, let me know if you want me to move on. We have other questions. We'll just... All right, so we see JVI. Wasn't Steinberg. Wasn't Jeff Sabelski. Wasn't Ted Perlman. Wasn't One Man and His Dog. right, so we're seeing people saying move on, so it wasn't Tim Weinheimer. Is everyone okay if I move on? People let me know if we should stay on this. It seems like I'll give it another couple of seconds. Then we can move on to the next question. It wasn't Graham Witcher. Was it Mike Gordon? Not Pablo. I'll give it another 15 seconds and then we will move on. See, Daniel says it was fair in the day that Greg would ask us questions. All right, it wasn't Cubase Junkie. All right, I'll give it 10 more seconds. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, so we'll move on to the next question. The answer was Robbie Bowling. He usually kind of checks in early. I'm not sure if he's on today, but YouTube had changed kind of how you do a whole thing on how to do a live stream, and Robbie was always sending me emails saying, oh, you got to do the live streams again, so he was a big part of me being able to do that in inspiration. So Robbie Bowling is the answer. All right, let's go to the next question. And again, if this involves you, we'll try not to ask, or we'll refrain from answering. Okay. What book did Greg recently say helped him how to learn better and to learn Cubase better? So what book did Greg mention has helped him how to learn better and thus to learn Cubase better? See, Maestro Musician says thought the questions were on Cubase. All right, so what book has helped me learn better and to be able to learn Cubase better? Not the manual. It's a book I mentioned. We see George is close. He's on the right path. It's not the big fake book. It's not the manual. It's not the complete guide to music technology. You see Brian Sawyer. It's on the right track. It's not internal mixing. It's not Harry Potter. Tim K says he remembers the conversation, but not the book. It's not the Yamaha Sound book, Handbook, which is a great book. It's not the real book. It's not a golf book. Tim K says it was something more philosophical. So some people have gotten with the right. It's Val saying the skiing book, so it's kind of the tennis book is close. All right, Darren Mack has won with the Inner Game of Tennis. All right, so Darren, email me at Club Cubase. Congratulations, Darren. Email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de. Send me your email address that you have your My Steinberg account on, and then we will, and just if there's an update, if there's a plugin that you want or Spectral Layer or something like that, just let me know, and we'll figure out how to get it to you. We'll have it sent over from Steinberg. So yeah, the book again is The Inner Game of Tennis. Congratulations, Darren. All right, so we have one winner. All right, let's go on to next question. What was the date of the first post-pandemic live stream? So what was the date of the first post-pandemic live stream? So what was the date of the first post-pandemic live stream? So yeah, so the first one we kind of ramped up 400 episodes ago. So we see May 2nd, 2020. No, that's a good date. That was my wedding anniversary, my 10-year anniversary. Wasn't that? We see March 24th. No, August 9th, 2018. So we're talking about since we've wrapped up like this series, which we kind of ramped up as COVID started. Sable Winter's saying September 11th. No, wasn't that. So wasn't August 9th. All right, wasn't October 14th from Hamo. March 30th, 2020, closer, but not it. All right, so Pablo is saying March 20th, but we need the actual date, Pablo. David M is saying March 24th. That's closer. All right, DJ FK is saying 420. All right, wasn't February 2nd. Michael Marshall is saying April 14th. So if you look on a calendar, it's probably a Tuesday or a Friday. So we see Mark Rabin, March 26th. No, it's not it. Wasn't April 1st. Was it March 28th? All right, Pablo has it with March 17th, 2020. Congratulations, Pablo. All right. So Pablo is the first one with March 17th. So Pablo, email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de and we'll get you your prize sorted out. And send me your email address that you use for your My Steinberg account. Congratulations, Pablo. All right. All right, let me just find our next question. What project did I do that made me reconsider my career pursuing being a signed musical artist for A&M Records? What project did I do that made me reconsider my career choice of being a signed artist with A&M Records? We mentioned this just a couple of weeks ago. So it's a project I was involved in. It wasn't Hot Mess. It's like a little side project I did that paid more than what this band had made in a year or so. All right, it wasn't Peter Frampton. See, Ace Amadeus says working at the PX. So that was probably like my first industry job, but wasn't the job that. All right, Mark Rabin is saying Art Neville. I miss talking with Art. All right, so Steely Dan. No. Mark Rabin says, oh yeah, I remember that. All right, Sable saying Stevie Wonder. No, it wasn't Paul McCartney. So it was, all right, Mark Rabin's close. All right, do you remember who I made drum beats for, Mark? All right, so we'll give it to Ace Amadeus, says made drum beats for an accordion player. All right, so Ace, go ahead and give me, email me at clubcubase@steinberg.de and let me know a prize. So I think you're on Cubase 12, so if you want like a Cubase 13 upgrade, it's a perfect time to ask. All right, we'll do one more. right. Greg's bass hero called recently during a live stream. Who is it? So once again, Greg's bass hero, who inspired me to study music and not be like an accountant, which my mom probably wanted me to be, called recently during a live stream. Who is it? All right, so let's go for full name. I think Val is very close. All right, so I guess we will give it to Val. Is Jeff Berlin, Mr. Berlin. We'll give to him. All right, now we also want to give a special. We're going to grant a prize without a trivia question. So we want Mr. Jazz Dude to reach out, and we want to give you a prize as well for all of your efforts that you do in the live stream. I think not only myself but everyone wants to reach out. So Jazz Dude, please send me an email with your email address that you have for your My Steinberg account, and figure out a title that you want, because we want to reward you for all of your exemplary efforts and just really, creating such a wonderful community. I feel so incredibly fortunate to have Jazz Dude kind of as my co-pilot during all the live streams, and I'm just eternally grateful for everything you've done. So please reach out, and we will get that sent over for you. So once again, to all the winners, congratulations. Send me an email to clubcubase@steinberg.de, and then we will, and if there's a particular title you want, I think we should be able to accommodate most things, but just reach out, and I'm really eternally grateful for such a wonderful community, and I'm just so happy I get to share my Tuesday and Friday afternoons helping everyone. All right, so let's jump back into our live streams. All right. Jump back to our questions. Hopefully we won't lose so many questions. All right. All right. All right, so we see Spa Dogs on from Canada. Thanks for joining us. All right, so we see that it is Uno's name day in Finland, so he'll give a pint to everyone. All right. All right, so this Ninja Scared says, can I use the same key command for two different actions? Like I want to use A for show and hide automation. So sometimes it works, but sometimes it could be conflicting. So let's give it a quick try here. So let's say we want to, we have automation. We will come over. You could assign, the same, function, but it could conflict. So let's give it a quick try in the key commands. So let's look for automation. So I'll do it from my MIDI remote here, which will give us kind of the same functionality. All right, so we'll take this button here. So it looks like on the, let me try, we could have one command assigned on on the MIDI remote. So let me try just assigning it with keyboard shortcuts again. So now it looks like it may only allow you to assign. I'll try it again here. So previous versions, you could assign the same key command to multiple ones, but that would cause problems for people. But it looks like they're going to have to be on separate key commands. That maybe in 13 that had changed. Sorry about that. Okay, so Val asks if I have to track one with send effects and I print those in place, render together. Sometimes it transfers to sends, it sends again, and sometimes it prints them. How can I control that? Okay. Okay, so it says if I have to track one with send effects and I print those in place, render, sometimes it transfers, it sends. Okay, so let's give it a quick try here. Okay, so let's say we have, let me just change the preference here. Okay, so let's go ahead and add a send effect to this. Okay, so if we, all right, so render, place it transfers, it sends again. Sometimes it prints them. How can I control that? So let's say if we go to, I have this track and we go to our render in place. So we get our edit menu to render in place. Let's go to our render settings. So I'm going to include the complete signal path so that the verb is automatically carried over. So if we do dry, this would automatically render it and still keep the same signal path. But if we wanted to embed the reverb in, I would choose the complete signal path. And at that point, when we render, this file will have the different the reverb going in. This track is muted, but as we kind of would play this back, let's look at the channel. We can see that it still has the effects being routed. So as we play this, I'll mute this track. We'll unmute this particular event, and as we play, so it's the original track. Let's listen to the rendered version so we can see the reverb and source track. Now just the one track has it blended in. So let me know if that's what you're trying to do. But make sure in the render in place that once we have the event selected here and we go to, let's say, our render in place, if, so this would, dry would automatically kind of like consolidate any edits and like clip gain changes into the file and would duplicate and still play back through the same effects. Or if you wanted the effects embedded, choose complete signal path. But let me know if I'm misunderstanding. All right. All right, so Gareth is asking, how's the temperature in Virginia, Greg? So it was really hot over the weekend, like close to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Yesterday was really nice, around 90. I think it's maybe about 94, well, just 91 degrees now, so it's not too bad. But it was really warm over the weekend. All right. All right, Karsten Lau asks, hi Greg, I have a question. I sing in rhythmic choir, around 30 persons divided into 6 voice groups. I often record us mostly for practice purposes, but sometimes I would like to fix some issues and example, raise or lower a group or certain EQ frequencies. I know it would be impossible to separate each voice, but a group or similar would work. I have Spectral Layers 11 Pro and have tried to separate with the unmixed chorus feature. Do you have any suggestion on this? I would be more than happy. So, I think the best, so often, unless you had them like really isolated for the recording, which probably defeats the whole purpose of recording a 30-person choir, that it could be pretty tricky. I'm not sure if you're using multiple microphones for that, where you could, bring up the balance level. So a lot of orchestral recordings, they may have kind of the, main room mics, but they will also have kind of spot mics on different sections. So if you need to bring the winds out a little bit, that you could just raise that microphone. If you don't have that, I think probably the best option would be the Spectral Layers unmixed chorus. So. All right, so Alex Jackson's asked, could you show a little bit more about the score editor, how to start with it? Yeah, so let's take a quick look. All right, let me just do a different instrument. Okay, so let's say now, so I'm going to create an event. So we'll just kind of come right over here. Let's create an event. And now that we have an event, we could select it and then hit Control or Command plus the letter R. And that would open up in the score editor. I'm going to take this to full screen view. So we could treat 2 different views in the score editor. We could treat it as kind of an editor view, or what it's going to look like on the printed page. So now we'll come over and I'm going to switch from edit mode, and we'll see in the scores menu, to page mode. So now that I have page mode, this is kind of like what it would actually look like on a printed page. I could use my mouse scroll wheel plus while holding down the Control or Command key, and we could enter in our various, and we could change the size, so we could see it a little larger if needed. When we come to, we could get a lot of functions in your staff settings, so which we could get from the scores menu to settings, or we could just double click here and we could get to our score settings. So we see this little icon. This would allow us to pick our clef. We could pick our key signature. So we could do that directly there. We could also, if we want this to be a split staff, we could hit apply, and now we could have our grand staff with bass and treble clef. If we wanted to do guitar tablature, we could do that once we have notes in. And if I wanted to enter in notes, you know, what we could do is just come over here and activate kind of step entry. So we see these little staircases. And one of the other things that's often helpful, let me see if I usually forget this. But if we wanted to start entering in notes, we could just kind of double click. And now that we have kind of like your, you know, we could use, so we see this little icon here for like computer input mode. So if I wanted to just, and let me just actually play in just a little more accurately. So now I could hit the arrow key, and like as we want to come over here, and we could kind of pick, you know, our different, so once we've entered in notes, we could do that. So we could pick basically, okay, now I want it to come here. Let's put in, you know, different rhythmic values. So as we double click here, we can say, okay, I want to put in half notes. I wanted to put in, you know, eighth notes. So we could do that. Now, where it really shines is if we have a project where maybe you didn't play so carefully to the beat, the kind of the interpretation of a musical like recording to an actual legible score is really good, because they have a concept of display quantize. So let's say I come over to my Rhodes part here and we look at it in our editor. So we could see that as we listen to this particular part and we put on a click, and we can see that we're ahead of the beat on particular notes, sometimes behind the beat. But it doesn't sound bad. But if we go to look at this in a traditional score editor, it may look bad, something like this. So we'll show you how we could quickly take something like this and get it to be a legible printed score fast. So I'm going to go to my staff settings, and I want to say, okay, let's make this a split staff. Okay, we're going to do our split at C3. I want to come over here to our options, and let's go to main. And what I want to do is say the smallest note I intended to play was an eighth note. The smallest rest I intended was a quarter note rest. I usually kind of turn off the auto quantize and turn these on. I'm in the key of A flat. So just a couple of settings, and we can see that this is something that as a musician you wouldn't want to be handed. But now when I hit apply, that and we choose to again do our display quantizing. So we're not going to actually move the notes, but what we're going to do is as we hit apply, we can see that that's going to be much easier to automatically read into the parts. So doing just a quick display quantize, you can really clean up and have very legible notation quickly from your sequence. Right. All right, so we see Greg, when unmixing is from Soren. Unmixing a song in Spectral Layers Pro, you start to setting an extension to Spectral Layers an audio file. The Cubase project file size becomes enormous if that extension is kept but taken away. the file size becomes small. Can you explain why the file size is so large and the extension is kept on the audio file? I think it could be highlighted. The file size becomes so much smaller. So I think what's going on, and I could do some experiments with this, but like, with Spectral Layers, when you unmix a song and then, like, let's say you have like the full song and then you drag the vocals from the layer menu over into the project, that all those are still kind of active in memory, and that could be what's causing the increase in the project size. But I think you may encounter similar stuff with other ARA extensions as well. All right, so we see some discussion on Smetana's Moldau piece. It's one of my favorite pieces. Good to see. Nice discussion of classical pieces on the Club Cubase live stream. All right. All right, so we have VTS. We have Vishnu from India joining us. Thanks for being online today. All right, so we see from Maestro Musician, says, thank you so much for your assistance. Initially, I received a message indicating that I couldn't see the license, but then it suddenly disappeared and the license showed up. All right. Yeah, sometimes it could take like, 30 seconds or a little bit of time for the license to kind of transition from deactivated to activated, but we're glad it's working for you. All right, we see Diamond District Studios checking in from Cape Town, South Africa. All right, so we see from Tim Weinheimer, says, hello, Greg. I wanted to know in the lower zone on Cubase 13, when I set it to drum editor and closed a window, it goes back to the note editor. Is there a way to lock on the drum editor in the project? Okay, so I think it goes to the default editor. So what you could do, okay. All right, so let's come over here. All right, so I'm going to add another Groove Agent track here quickly, just for... All right, so now when I double click on a MIDI track by default, it will just kind of come right over here. And if I switch to a drum editor, and then let's say I go to the mixer, when I double click, it'll go to the default editor as is defined in the preferences. So we go to editing, to MIDI, I think. But we could set a... Okay, so our default editor here. So if I have my default editor set to a drum, when I come over here, I double click on this, it's going to go to my drum editor. So it's kind of based upon this particular preference. All right, now if you have a drum part, there's also this preference right below it that's on by default. It says use drum editor when drum map is assigned. So if this, when I double click, it goes back to our MIDI key editor. If I'll just load up just a quick kit here in Groove Agent. So now when I go to the routing and we go to drum map, I'm going to create drum map from instrument. So now that I do that, we go to our mix console here. So again, if we come over here and just say no drum map, then we double click, it's going to go to the default editor. So just assign a drum map, and even if it's, you just come over here and just, go switch it to a general MIDI map. So once the drum map is assigned, you double click, then it will always go to the drum editor in the lower zone for that particular part. And thanks for joining us today, Tim. All right, so Stella is happy having ice cream and celebrating her 6th birthday on the 400th live stream. You see Pablo saying Gareth doesn't want to come to Galicia to visit Pablo. All right, great to see David M. from Liverpool. Thanks for joining us. All right, my chat field just jumped. Let me see. All right, so I may have lost some questions because we had a lot of responses during the live stream. So if your question was coming up, please feel free to ask it again. Sorry about that. All right, so Javier Zamora Mains asks, is there a way to make a copy of the project that only has audios that are being used in the editing windows? This way we could lighten up the project quite a bit. So all you would need to do is, if you go to your media menu, you could just say remove unused media, and that will place it, if we look at it in the pool window, that will place it into the trash. And at that point, you could right click and choose to empty trash if you wanted to get rid of it. But if you don't want the project referencing it, go to your media menu and choose to remove unused media. Sable Winter says Jazz Dude is famous. All right. All right, so Ace Amadeus just says, Greg, could we get hardware for prize, or is it software only? So it's going to be just software. Sorry about that. All right. So we see Gareth just says, there's an inner game of tennis about silencing the inner voice. So yeah, that's part of it. So definitely a good read. All right, so we have a question. Hello, Greg. Can you bounce an audio file when you did some free warp? I tried, but warp points seem to be moving back to the initial point. All right, so let's take a look. Pretty sure we can. So I'm going to duplicate the track version here so we could compare between the two. So I'm going to now, let's create a new audio file. So we're going to bounce this selection so we could see kind of our original file here, and let's go to a different audio file and let's do some warping on this. So I'm going to set it to free warp. All right, so I'm going to do some free warp here so we can make this super obvious as we're okay. So all right, so let's go ahead and bounce this file. All right, so I'll make a duplicate version of this. So we have our original file here, our warped file here. So we could look at the difference between those. And this is our file here. So I'm going to come over. Let's do a bounce selection. So we'll go to audio, bounce selection, replace. All right, so it looks like that went back to the original. All right, so let's try flatten real-time processing. Okay, let's compare it. Okay, I'm going to try just doing a render in place and see what that does. All right, so I'll just try a quick render in place. Yeah, it still looks like it's there. Let me see if there's a way. Sure, I'm just having a brain cramp. Okay, so let's try to click on the flatten here again. So it seems like the flatten, but it doesn't seem like that's kind of functioning as expected. I'll play around with it some and see if I could have it figured out for Friday's live stream. But I guess the flatten here in the fourth one. Let's look at the very first initial. So we can say that this amplitude's here. So if we do the flatten, yeah, so try just clicking on the flatten real-time processing. So if you go to audio to real-time processing, you could flatten the real-time audio processing once it's in there. I think that'll do it for you. All right, so Paul Claridge asks, Greg, can machine MK be used as a MIDI controller with the remote? So anything that transmits MIDI messages can be used. So yes, you should be able to use that without any problems. All right, so we see any way to invert all colors in Cubase easily. I mean, all because of contrast issues. So, it could be that when you go to your preferences and you'll see different color schemes. So I'm not sure if you've adjusted these, but you could, like, if you wanted to come over here and say, okay, my project area background, I want to be brighter, and you could adjust kind of the contrast in different elements for the project area, or if you wanted it to within the editor backgrounds. So try going to your preferences, to user interface, to color schemes, and I think that you could do a lot of stuff there, and you could always kind of go back to default settings. So let's come over, and we could just go back to the defaults just like that. All right. Let's see, Jazz Dude says he started with AOL and CompuServe in Germany. Yeah, I was in charge when Steinberg first got a page on CompuServe. I was kind of the moderator in 1993 or so. Early online support. All right, so Val asks, in the render in place, does the complete signal path also include the master bus? So if you want to include the master bus when doing a render in place, the setting that you want to have is a complete signal path plus the master effects. So this would include all the processing on the master bus. All right, reading through different comments. All right, so Pablo is going to go for Wavelab. It's a great choice. Congratulations. All right, reading through comments. See, Michael Teams has a Yorkie. All right, so we see from Roger Cabo, it says automated background rendering of MIDI to audio in Cubase. An automated system of DAWs like Cubase could render MIDI to audio when no edits are detected and the user exits the editor. This could save CPU switch back on, re-entry, optimize performance. So, I think, even, I think it's, if you want to constantly switch back and forth, I think it's an easy way to fill up. Like, you may save performance, but then you may have, an extra gigabyte of files that aren't being used in the system. So I think a lot of systems can handle, like any system that you get now. I don't think we have to be so kind of, in years past, we would have to be kind of very conscious of, I have a limited bandwidth for virtual instruments. I think, a modern computer, it's less of an issue. And I think kind of having to go back and forth of, when you don't touch an editor for a while, it's rendered. You know, you could always choose to freeze in place or render in place quickly with just, you know, a keyboard shortcut or hit a button on your controller to do it and unfreeze tracks. But again, that could lead to, you know, I haven't really felt the need, in honesty, I'm not doing like, you know, 4,000 tracks in my projects, so I might have a different perspective with that. But, you know, I've seen many composers migrate from, you know, having like farmed computers for samples to doing everything on one machine that is where they're just disabling and enabling tracks. So I think it's less and less of an issue for something that you know, is not as much of a problem. But, you know, if you need to, you could always just, you know, quickly render in place as well. And all right. All right, so Mark Graben is special request Groove Agent 5 multi-kit, like 2 kits, 1 jazz cymbals, 1 vintage kit for drums, set both the same MIDI channel and render lots of empty outputs, each mixer channel to individual output. Yeah, I mean, we could kind of do that, you know, with like the full Groove Agent. They will be on different, you know, different channels, but you could have a, you know, like one, if you save that, you could have your drum map, you know, send to 2 different tracks at once and then be able to render all together as well. Okay, so we see from Asterisk Chord Studio why Cubase won't export MIDI track as audio separate when MIDI is out virtual MIDI synth. All right, so let me just take a quick look. So let's say if we have this, it's like, here, I'll just open up this one, and I'm gonna just grab a particular pattern. All right, so let's say we're playing at this pattern here, and I'll just, all right, so I want my kick to go out of output 2, my snare. Here, sorry, let me just. All right, so let's say kick is out of output 2 on snare, or out of output 3, and clap out of output 4. And let's say I want this going out of output 6 and this snare to go out of output 5. Okay, so now when we look at this, we can see that we have our multiple outputs here. So if I select this event, so I've routed the outputs, routed the sounds to individual outputs. And now when I go to render in place, I'll just say let's render with our channel settings, and we do this. And now each of the files, like my kick and snare, are automatically rendered out. And we have our little, so we can output, you know, to multiple, so, you know, we'll export MIDI tracks as separate when it's MIDI out to virtual MIDI synth. So you just have to have the output routing within the particular instrument, and then you should be able to do it without any problems. But let me know, asterisk Chord Studio, if I'm misunderstanding. You see Gareth does want to go to Galicia. All right, so we see Bratman Studio asks, hey Greg, when using the inserts, verb, phaser, etc. with compression last, does it chain down so the compressor will compress everything in the chain above? So if we have multiple insert effects, so we'll open this up and say we have, we'll come over here to the inserts. So I have an EQ, let's say a reverb. I have, and let's say we'll just do one other, so a delay and a compressor. All right, so we'll come over here to our dynamics, and we'll say, okay, black valve. All right, so now as we look at this, anything that's going to be in the inserts would be going sequentially in order from top down. So if it's being used as sends, so if we're sending this to different send tracks, so this would go in order from top to bottom. When we do sends are going to be sent parallel out, so these won't necessarily be in order. So these would all go out to the sends at the same, so it's not going to be this goes in sequentially and cascades down. So, but the inserts will go from top to bottom and do all the processing. So this will be sequentially from top to bottom. Sends will go out in parallel. All right, and Bratman Studio just says, congrats on 400. Thank you so much. All right, wonderful to see Cap Tenergy's music on from outside Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for being such a loyal attendee. See, Michael Pierce says, CompuServe. I still remember my random password. Yeah, me too. I was just talking CompuServe with my sister-in-law this morning for breakfast. All right, Claudio Donzelli asks, hello, is there a way to reset all settings and preferences? Thanks for the generous and consistent work. So as you go to start Cubase, I'll open up Cubase 12 here. I'm going to hold down Command Option Shift or Alt Control Shift, depending on your. So if you come here and hold that down, you should get into this mode. So if you want to get rid of all of your preferences at this point, you could choose to you could use the current program preferences, you could disable them temporarily, or delete the program preferences. So if you delete the program preferences, all of your preferences have kind of been set, will be kind of eliminated. So that's kind of like starting from scratch. All right, just turn this off. Okay. All right, Daniel asks, is there a shortcut for Snap and Quantize to increase/decrease amount, like a button increase, 1/16, 1/8, 1/4, 1/2, whole, and then to reverse for both? That would speed up my work. So I think if we come over, take a quick look. A lot of times people will just have those, like each value set. So you could come over here and select next and previous quantized value. So let's say I'll do this on my MIDI remote. So I want this to be and now I'll set this to previous, and you could assign keyboard shortcuts for that. So now we can see our quantize value here. And as I hit the buttons, we could just adjust accordingly, or just like that. Or with keyboard shortcuts. Asterisk Chord Studio says virtual MIDI synth is not instrument in Cubase. This is external software in Windows. So let me know if you're running it as a plugin in Cubase, or if you're running it as if it's a third-party plugin that you're running as a VST instrument in Cubase, or if you're running it not as a plugin. Okay. Okay. All right, so we see from Mark Rabin says, thanks, that's what I'm seeing here is when I render them down individual outputs, I'm not getting the audio in all tracks. Some expected there's no hits, but sometimes the hi-hat is blank. So let me see if... So, make sure like in the mixer, so sometimes what can happen is if you go into the mix console and let's say, we have the hi-hat track and this is the one that's selected, make sure that nothing inside of the Groove Agent mixer or the actual mix console is muted. So, because if that's the case, like sometimes if you take a if we take an event here and we mute the event and we go to your render in place settings, that if the event is muted, that could have an impact, or if it is record enabled, sometimes that could prevent the audio from being included in the render. All right, so Donnie asks, hi Greg, related to assigning MIDI notes to MIDI channel on one track, is it possible to send those separate MIDI channels to other instrument tracks or separate channels limited to only multi-timbral instrument on that track? You know, so in 13, so I'm not sure why you'd, you know, but in 13, you know, one of the things that you could do is, so let's come here, you know, we have, you know, our, you know, one of the things that we could do is, you know, we could have, so we can see our multi-outputs for our instruments. I'll just do it on a new project here. It's cleaner. All right, so, you know, on 13, one of the things that was added was this channel input. So usually by default, Cubase is set. So let's say I have, you know, an instrument track, I have groove, I have Hallian Sonic, and within Hallian Sonic, I have, let's say, an amped Electra, drop that in, I have, let's say, an Anima on 2, and let's say an organ on channel 3, and I've added my I've added 2 MIDI tracks, and we're going to start these on channel 2. So now when we play, this is, and then we could have the Anima, and then we could have the organ as we select there. But, you know, we could just see on our MIDI channel inputs, here we could have different input ports. So I could say, okay, I want this to be channel 1. I want this to be channel 2 for the input, and this to be channel 3. So in previous versions of Cubase, we would set up like an input transformer, but now we could channelize the inputs just by directly here on the MIDI channels. So let me know if that makes sense or is helpful for you, Donnie. All right. So we see from Asterisk Studios is not like an instrument file. This works, but if you have a standalone synth, then this no works. You know, so you know if it's a, so if it is a, you're not running it as a plugin inside of Cubase. You know, how is Cubase supposed to? How is that plugin routing audio into Cubase? So if Cubase can't send the audio, you know, if the audio of that instrument isn't coming back into Cubase, then Cubase isn't going to render it. But if it's a virtual instrument and you have multiple outputs, you could render it like that. But that's why it's always good to run it as a plugin. All right, so we have GTMM Music sending greetings from Bucharest. Thanks for joining us. Michael Teams wants people to whack the like button. Ziggy Edison says the wrong week to give up coffee. All right. Michael Pierce says, I thought Cubase was opening up on my system for a second there, glanced down, it was still open, but the Livestream showed it loading. It can be confusing at times. All right, we see that Pablo's back from his dinner break. Thanks for joining us. All right, my chat field just jumped. I think I'm... All right. Make sure I didn't. All right, so GTMM Music says, hey, Greg, could you kindly tell us if Cubase 12 Pro requires specific settings when connecting an MPE device? Specifically, I use an Expressive E, Osmos, and a Rolly C board. Thank you. So I think the Expressive E may have been added in 13, but what you need to do is to go to your Studio menu, to Studio Setup, and you'll click here in a plus, and then you'll see a Note Expression Input Device. So here you would connect it if you had like your, I know I have a Rolly in a closet, but you could just connect it to your Rolly here, and then you could map which particular MIDI message is going to be doing pressure, horizontal X, or vertical X. And then you could just have it be directly in MPE mode. Hang on just 1 second. I have to put an iDrop in. Hang on. But I think like in 1302 or 1303, they added for the Expressive E controller as well. Okay, so we see from Asterisk Chord Studios is the virtual MIDI synth is a standalone. Sound Font 2 Sound Bank. I can use this like MIDI out, but again, the audio is not being routed into Cubase, so Cubase isn't going to be able to render it, because if you're running it as a standalone, then at that point, Cubase isn't seeing the audio. The audio is not going through Cubase, so it's not going to render. All right, so Ziggy Edison asks, can you ask the team to include a few more icons for the Windows products, i.e. different colors? In Windows, you can delve into the shortcut and choose Cubase 12 red, 13 blue. I could mention it to the team. I think when they had done that in the past, people had complained a lot because it was too different. So it goes both ways, I guess. But I guess you could customize your own icons in most operating systems, I would think. All right, so we see Pablo's already sent the email. Thanks for doing that. All right, so Claudio asks, I find it quite difficult to understand the border between project-related settings and application/general settings apart from the obvious. Is there a general rule that has been followed? Certain things like your VST connections can be set up for the project, or they can remain static. Your control room, once you have your control room set up, it probably doesn't make sense to have to save that on a project per project basis. So I don't think that I think when it makes sense for something to be tied to the project, that it's tied to the project, and there's a great deal of thought that goes into what is part of the project and what's part of your your transport. Do you want your transport here at the bottom turned on? So every time that you start a new project, you have to enable a bunch of things that should be how the program is set up for you, that you've defined how the program works for you. So I'm not sure if there's I doubt that there's a list, but as you kind of have more experiences, in running the program, I think that it makes sense what is kind of project based versus what is going to be kind of program based. You see, Avli Music Production says great stuff as always, Greg. Thanks so much. Thanks for joining us on the live stream today. All right, so we see Pablo Vasquez says Revelation. All right. And Pablo says the drag and drop presets to load in Halley and Sonic. So. All right, sorry, my chat field jumped. Okay, so Avli Music Productions asks, Greg, what would be your way to create a template for recording that has lots of tracks, plugins, and VSTIs on it? Do you just load them disabled? So I think a lot of people and more composers I've talked to are, just simply, especially with like large sessions, if we come over here and let's say we have, all these, different instruments in your template. I think kind of the more contemporary approach is just to come over here. So we get this, if we have lots of instruments that we want available constantly, is just to disable the selected tracks. And then we're here. Okay, I want to use this instrument. Let's enable. And now we could just start playing. So if I was building, what I've seen most film composers gravitate to is this, used to be like multiple systems running something like, VE Pro, and it was always problematic for people, and, it was very convoluted for getting the audio routing into the mixer, and you had to use MIDI tracks. And then, more and more composers, as I visited them, have kind of switched to a single system and are just disabling tracks until they're needed. And, the reaction that I've heard from multiple people working at a scenario is like, oh, why did I ever do the other way? This is so much better. And they're like super happy that they're kind of using disabled and enabled tracks as needed. So it just makes it a lot cleaner. All right, so we see Daniel says, I don't know if I'm annoying with this question. Just let me know. So no annoying questions. Now that I use an audio interface, my speakers aren't as loud as they used to be. Everything is top volume in Windows and DSP mix effects. So, make sure your master volume at the top, you'll see a volume control for the interface. Make sure that is all the way up. So, it's kind of what your big knob is, and then you have a mix knob. Make sure that start with that in the middle. You'll feel like a little detente, like a little holding place in the middle. And so make sure that the volume knob that has probably the light behind it, the big knob all the way to the right, is all the way up, and that you don't have, and make sure that your mix knob is set to being in the middle. And let us know, Daniel, if you have powered speakers, what speakers you're sending it into. Okay. All right, reading through comments. See from GTMM Music says, thanks for the answer, Greg, so you're welcome. All right, so we see from Daniel about his question, says, not sure we're asking speakers are not plugged into an outlet, only an interface. They used to be plugged in a woofer and a woofer in a wall. So, yeah, but, check those things, but make sure. So if you're hearing it, then your speakers are powered, but, let us know which outputs that you're using, if you're going quarter inch to quarter inch on your subwoofer, or what your connection is as well. And we see just another comment says, yes, the main Windows volume is up, so make sure in your Cubase that you have, this volume up. And if you're, but check the physical knobs on your interface as well. All right, so we have a question. Hi, Greg. I'm joining from India. This is from Neo Dungle Experience. When I tried to harmonize my vocal track to try to change pitch on the duplicated track, it also made changes on the main track too. Can you please show how to do it? Okay. So probably what it is you may have duplicated the track, and sometimes when you duplicate a track and it has an audio file on it. So let's say I come here. Okay, so I'm going to take this vocal file here and all right, so we have this file, and let's say I duplicate this track. Okay, now when I duplicate this track, this is playing back the same audio file. So while it's on a different track, it's playing back the same file. So if I make a change here, so let's say I go into Very Audio, and we will make a change. All right, so let's say we come over here. All right, so thinking, okay, I'm going to move this up a third. That now when we play both tracks together. All right, so, so what you probably need to do is, come over here, because if you're dealing with the same exact audio file, you make a change to one, it's going to be applied to the other. So go to your audio and just choose to bounce selection and then replace the events. And now when you do the editing, at that point, it's going to be a separate audio file. So making an edit on one audio file won't automatically have a duplicated track that's playing and referencing the same audio file have the same exact settings. So again, take the duplicated file if you're working that way, and just go to your audio to bounce selection, choose to replace events, and then you have two separate audio files. You can make an edit in one and it's not applied to the other file, where basically it's the same audio file being used on two tracks. All right, so we see Nick has to run, and he's sending congratulations to all of the live stream trivia winners today. Congratulations to everyone. Okay, sorry, my chat field jumped. All right, so I think I'm back in the area. All right, so you see Donnie says the reason he's trying to have a multi-instrument one track is to use the independent track length since it's limited to one key editor, avoid multiple editors open. If I could sequence on one track and send out. All right. All right, so Daniel asks, is it normal to have two volume knobs, then one that came with the speakers and one on the interface? So yes, and you have to kind of, set the levels on each accordingly. So, but yeah, if you have powered speakers with volume, they'll have their own volume, and then you send the volume out of your audio interface into that. All right, so Darren Flake asks, hi Greg, question, how to randomize or offset all drums, groove off the grid a bit, and how to randomize the hi-hats, groove velocity, thanks. Okay, so just do a new project here quickly. Okay, so all right. All right, so I'll just program in some hi-hats here quickly. Okay, so let's say we have horrible. All right, so now we can come over here and so like we showed earlier with the MIDI modifiers, if we wanted to randomize the position of the notes. So we'll set kind of maybe a smaller value. Say, okay, let's try 20. And minus 20. So if we wanted to look at this, and let's say if we apply that, what we could do is come over, let's go to your MIDI, to freeze MIDI modifiers, and we could see kind of the change in what's been done. So if we undo that, that's where we were. But now if we wanted to randomize like a specific, like the velocity on the hi-hat, what we could do is, let's go to like the MIDI logical editor, and we'll come over here, we'll select the event, and we will say, okay, I want to transform, type is equal to note. We want our note to be, or subtype, we will just make it equal to F#1. That's our hi-hat. So we want to take the velocity and let's set relative random values between 50 and 110. So now my velocities on it's only going to do velocities on F#. So as we do this, but it's not going to affect the kick or the snare. Now we could also do something like, okay, I want to take, let's say all of these velocities are the same. And what I want to do is we're going to take our F#1s and we're going to say, we're going to take we can say last event, and we'll say every other event, and we're going to say event counter and set it to 2. And then we're going to take our velocity and subtract 36. So now we could take like a really boring hi-hat part here that's all the same velocity, and now I can make every other hi-hat decrease in velocity. So there's some cool things that you can do, kind of randomizing stuff. All right, let me jump to some questions that we had mailed in. Thanks for all the wonderful questions on the chat. All right. Let me get to some of these before we run out of time. All right, so we had this question on the last live stream of how to increment existing track colors. So let's jump over here to June 25th. So let's say I have all of these tracks red, and I want to increment the track colors. So what I did is I kind of took in, so we'll look at our mix console here. I'll activate the project first, that would help. And we can see that all these tracks, here are going to be red. So I made a project logical editor, and I kind of did this in conjunction with a macro. So let's come over here and we're going to just say set color. So what I did is I'm going to choose to transform, and we're going to say our container type is equal to a track. That track is going to be selected, and let's set it to color 1. And I did this for 16 different colors. So we have set it to color 2, to color 6, to, so I have 16 colors. I did colors 1 through 16. Now what I did is also incorporate this into a macro. So what we're going to do is we'll activate the macros, and we're going to increment track colors 1 through 16. So I'm going to take the first track, set this to color 1. We're going to navigate down to the next track, set that to color 2, set that to color 3, etc. So now I'm going to come over here. We can see all these are the same. I'm going to select the first track, and then I'm just going to run the macro, and this will do 16 channels at a time. So where these are all set to no color or to all of the same color, I could run the macro, and now all of the colors have been updated in sequential order. So once again, go to your project menu, to your project logical editor, say transform. We're going to take color tracks that are selected and set it to set color, and then choose the colors 1 through 16, save them as presets, and then make your macro to change that color, process that project logical editor preset, go down. So again, now we can take 16 tracks, select the very first track that you want, and run the macro, and now you could just colorize all the tracks kind of based just that easily. Okay. All right, so we have a question that was sent in. Hello, greetings from Poland. Is it possible to link channels in Cubase so that increasing the volume of one channel decreases the volume of another, inverse correlation? If so, how can I set this up? So it's not really, we could do it kind of in the MIDI remote. There's no kind of, as we discussed a bit earlier about inverting values. But let's say if I come over here and we set this, change my mapping page. I want to take this particular fader, and as we do, so as we come over here, we're going to take this particular fader. Let me just set it for a volume of a track here quickly. So let's pick up for MIDI remote mapping. So we apply that. Now, once we have in the mapping assistant, you can see kind of our value mode, and as we move our fader up, we can see that the volume increases. So we see our fader here. So we see I move the fader of my controller up, we see the volume increasing. But if I click on this little icon here, now as I move the fader up, the fader can actually just simply do inverted values. So we could do it from the MIDI remote, but there isn't kind of an invert, like the automation scale. Okay. Okay, so I think we got the next question. That was Millard's question, which we answered earlier. All right, so we have a question. Do you have a video on adding sample drums to a live kit? All right, so let's jump over here. So let's say we want to replace maybe a live drum sound with a sample. So I'm going to just add an instrument. So we'll make it a groove agent track. We'll load up. Okay, so I want to take the kick drum in this example and have that fire off the sound in Groove Agent here. All right, so let's say I want to use that kick drum sound. So what I'm going to do is just to double click, and we'll go to our hit points editor. And I'm going to just adjust my threshold here. Okay, because I don't want to include, I just want like the kicks, but not like the tracks are bleeding through. And what I'm going to do now is you'll see this little crate tab. And we could kind of set your threshold there, just your intensity. So when we open up our crate, I'm going to say, I'm going to select this particular track, so where my drums are, and then double click on the event, and we're going to create MIDI notes. I'm going to retain the dynamic velocity. I'm going to put it onto C1, which is where my kick drum sound is here, and I could create a new MIDI track, put it into the project clipboard or to the first selected track. So I'm going to hit OK. And now as we play, we can now just have the kick drum that's being replaced. So if I want to take my snare, so now we're only hearing the snare, the kick from MIDI. So we'll come over here, find the hit points, and at that point, once you have the kind of the hit points figured out, click on MIDI, create MIDI notes, assign it to the right sample, the MIDI pitch for the correct sample in your drums, and then where you want it to go to the first selected track or create a new track, and then have that for playing back drum samples. All right, so we have a question. I have a large folder of samples, about 50 gigabytes. They are not Steinberg samples, so I can't use a library manager to move them. So how would you move that folder to another drive while keeping the current C13 project unaffected? I'm using several of the samples in the folder in the current project, and I don't want to risk anything. I'm assuming there would be warnings on startup saying that several files are missing, and you can just specify the new location. You could do that. So if we have files that are on different locations, and sometimes we'll get this with loops and samples that we collect over time. So there is a preference in Cubase. So if you come over here to editing to audio, we can automatically, on import audio files, you could have a preference where it's automatically copied into the project. So as soon as a sample is dragged from a folder into your project, it's then placed at the in the project's audio folder. Now, if you haven't done that, or if you don't have that selected, so if that's done, it's going to be placed into the project audio file folder. You can move the entire 50 gigabyte sample library, your loop library collection, to a different location, and Cubase is looking for the file that's in the audio folder that was automatically copied over if this is checked. If you don't have this checked, what you could do is if you go to your media menu, and you'll see a function that says prepare archive. It's probably going to be grayed out since I don't have any missing files, but you'll see prepare archive. And what prepare archive would do is it would take any folders, and we can see this in the pool window when you look at the path, and the pool is showing all of your different audio files that are used in your project. So if we don't have that preference checked, I'll come over here. I'm going to turn off that preference momentarily, and I want to import an audio file. Let's see if I have something on my desktop. Okay, so I'm going to take this file and import it. So we have this file, we look at it, and this is going to be on our desktop folder. So everything else is in the particular file folder. So again, if I come over here and we say prepare archive, at that point, since they're missing files, I'll just cancel that. But at that point, the prepare archive will just take that particular file and automatically move it into the project folder of the audio folder of the project. All right, so we have let me just jump to a different project here quickly. All right, so we had this, it was kind of asked in it was mailed in. All right, so it was asking for a quick way to do like automatic ducking on a particular file. So let's say I want to have one file duck according to other ones. And this is a program that we often see in audio editors, but not necessarily. Like Wavelab has this functionality where you could have kind of automatic ducking, but it's usually not found in DAWs. But what they want to do, the question is how to take one file and duck it according to another file, basically just bring it down. So I made a macro, and we'll just kind of show the macro here quickly. just search for it. See if I can find it quickly here. If not, I'll just make it. Okay, so we see duck next track. So what I did is we're going to double click with the range selection tool, and then so that will kind of set the range. We're going to navigate down. So we're going to take that range and move it down, which is just kind of using like the down arrow here. I'm going to split the range on this track, and then we're going to decrement the event volume. So this would, I have this 10 times. So if we wanted to immediately just kind of take this particular event here, so double click with the range tool, and then as we run the macro, we could automatically have the track below automatically decrement or basically duck according to this track. Now we had another question about is there a way to quickly and easily also do like listen, adjust like the pitch and tempo of audio. All right, so while we're listening to it, so let's say I'm playing this particular loop here, and I wanted to, so I'm going to select it, and if I wanted to audition transpositions, I could just select transpose. In the field, and if I wanted to change the tempo or slow it down, I could adjust the tempo in real time. Now if I have this set to, like this particular track set to an algorithm of tape, we go to elastic tape. Now as I adjust the tempo, we could slow the pitch down just like an analog tape doing very speed. All right, so that's a couple ways where you could quickly listen to pitch and tempo changes. All right, so we have a question. If you have a big project with lots of automation, is there a way to quickly easily see what you have automated? I mean, what plugin was automated, for example. I just wanted to check my automation on specific tracks and found that most of them only said enabled or gain, no info about what is enabled or gain. It'd be much more useful if the plugin name was visible or at least something more value than enabled or gained. All right, so let's say I have some automation on my tracks here on my project window. So let me just all right, so if I wanted to see the automation, and I have just some automation in these tracks, what you could do is hit F6, and then as we come over here, we can say show used automation. So here we can see that we've automated some EQs. We'll come over here, some panning. Now when we come over here, we can see that we've automated the noise gate. And when I look at this, you know, this is going to be automation of a particular plugin that when we see it, we can see black valve dry wet, black valve input. So we could see the plugin names there. So try just to come over here and hit F6, and then you could hide all or show used automation right from the automation panel, which you could also open directly from there. All right, let's see if we get one more question in. before we wrap up, thanks for all the questions. Again, you can send questions to clubcubase@steinberg.de. All right, you see Got Yours just doing disabled tracks as well. All right, so we see question, how do I assign parameters on a plugin to MIDI knobs on my MIDI controller? So there could be different approaches depending on plugins. What you could do most of the time is, let's say if we have a plugin as an insert here. So let's say I want to go to my delay, and if you have like a MIDI remote device configured here, so let's say I want to take this parameter and adjust the width with this. So what I could do is right click and say pick up for MIDI remote mapping, move the fader, apply the mapping, and now my second fader is automatically controlling that parameter. So once you have stuff set up as a MIDI remote, you could just kind of right click, say, okay, I want this fader to control this parameter, right click on the parameter, pick up for MIDI remote mapping, move the object, move the fader, or the physical control, click apply mapping, and now we could take these different parameters and control them just like that. Some plugins you may right click and assign MIDI CC learn. You could do that as well. But with the MIDI remote, it makes it super fast and easy. All right, so with that, we're going to wrap up. We're just about out of time. I want to thank everyone again for such a wonderful community. I feel so fortunate to be able to have 400 live streams since the pandemic. I'm just so appreciative of everyone for your support. I also want to give support to Steinberg and Yamaha for not doing something like trying to monetize it where you have to watch an ad every 3 minutes. You know, I think it's a real kind of show of the customer dedication that Steinberg and Yamaha have as companies. Not to try to monetize it. I could be probably very rich. But, you know, we just wanted to make a better user experience. And again, we want to thank all the efforts from everyone that participates in all the great work that Jazz Dude has done. So congratulations to all the winners, and we'll see you on Friday. Goodbye.